Sucks that it has to whack my PP every time I start the game back up. Kind of upsetting. But, I don't know. What's a little bit more damage after all I've been through? Oh god. They're looking right at us. Good evening! We're back. I'm back. Someone else will probably show up. Who fucking knows? I don't know. It's time to continue. Preventing a national crisis. I guess. Even though there really hasn't been any allusions to a crisis occurring between these two nations, apart from the fact that... I don't know. Who's there? Alright. Yeah. No, fair enough. This shit's confusing. Oh, okay, they're back in. Oh, look at that. It's our Japanese correspondent. Available tonight to, be really confused at what's happening. Because he missed an entire case, and then half of this one so far. How's it going,
hey guys,
Tommy?
I just came back from watching a movie at the Neutral Theater. It's crazy. There's 2 embassies right next to it.
Wow, that's so crazy because that's what's happening in game.
Wow!
Wow! You didn't run into any detestable characters, did you? Like maybe a journalist? Hate those fucking things.
God, I hope I didn't, and I hope I never do again.
Yeah, you know, I think the last piece of evidence I was handed was a photograph.
Could be anything.
Yeah, anyone could have taken that. This is the super future, so everyone has phones at all times. Everyone has ocular implants that allow them to record everything at every moment. As we all know. Fuck me, what the fuck happened in this case? That's a lot of evidence. Okay. So I gave Tommy the basic rundown last night of what had happened. What exactly was the most recent thing that happened? Alright, well, here, let me show you the characters. We got Kay, she's hanging out. Young girl purporting to be the second Yatagarasu. She's on the trail of her father's killer. Bern Faraday, father of Kay, an admirable prosecutor. He was killed 7 years ago by Callisto Yu. Callisto Yu killed Kay's father 7 years ago, claimed to be Yatagarasu, and then made her escape. Dick Gumshoe, he's around. Sheena, Lang's trusty secretary, level-headed. She supports him in the investigations. She's probably gonna play a big role in this at this point. Franny, she's hanging out. We are her subordinate for this case, since it's an Interpol, since we're in embassy, so we have to be working with Interpol. So we're her subordinate, and she's just fucking loving it. This is the ambassador of Babal, which is the... Here, I'll give you a view of the embassy. Okay. We got the embassy of Babal, embassy of Alabast, the Theatrum Neutralis, as well as the wall of Cordopia, I guess, down the middle there. I don't know how it works inside. They haven't addressed it. And then we have 2 courtyards. One of which, on the Alabast side, was the last thing we investigated. Because there was a speech going on there that no one showed up to? Something weird like that. But the shadow of the Yatagarasu was apparently appeared there, but then we figured it was actually a light trick that made the silhouette appear, as you might surmise. But anyway... So yeah, we got Colias Paliano, the ambassador of Babel, who will do absolutely anything for his country's tourism industry. Manny Cochin, who looked exactly like this 7 years ago when he was 24 in the previous case, which is absurd. But he is one of the deceased in this case, and he was the the alleged culprit of the KG-8 incident that he was acquitted for because there was a lack of evidence because someone stole it. I don't quite remember the details on that, honestly. While secretary to the ambassador, was also leader of the smuggling ring, this case's victim. He died in the Babel side of the embassy. Qilong Lang, dude's hanging out. He's after the smuggling ring. How do you think this name's pronounced?
Percus?
Percus? I want to call him Circus. Just fuck it.
It might be Queercus.
Queercus? Yeah, I could be.
Like queen, queer, quirkus.
Might be quirky. Or quirkus. I don't know, but this is the ambassador of Alabast. Also retired army man. May explain why he is overly harsh on himself.
He looks kind of chill.
The god himself. The man under the steel samurai mask. Sadly, he is a friend from grade school.
Sadly.
Unreal, Edgeworth. Get over it.
Fortunately, we know him.
The god of detectives, Tyrell Bad. Eagle-eyed homicide detective. His partner was killed 7 years ago. He's here after Callisto U. And here's Mask Day Mask 2. Opportunist, unrelated to First Day Mask, found in Alabast. Real name, Kashino. He is dead in the Alabast embassy. And,
I'm glad he's dead.
Of course, we have ex-security lady. The woman behind the pink princess mask. I believe her real name is Wendy Oldbag. Okay. Now let's look at the massive evidence we have accrued. Prosecutor's badge. Embassy guide. Ah, yes, the Prima Duck statue. How can I forget about the fucking Prima Duck statue? So the two countries both claim that their Prima Duck statue is the authentic one. And this has now been updated now that we know that, let's read what it says. It was a fake. The Babal's Prima Duck statue, it was a fake, but it was swapped with the real one, is originally from Alabast. Okay, so Babal has the Alabast one, and that's the real one. Weird. Note on Kochin's body, this probably won't matter too much, but cause of death. Single stab to the base of the neck. The body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. That's right, the Babalese embassy was lit on fire. The Yatagarasu key. Ah, yes, the Yatagarasu key. The Yatagarasu stole this from the embassy 7 years ago. It is also a knife. This was actually one of the murder weapons in case 4. It transforms into a key. You actually would, like, fold it. The handle folds out to make a weird key that we used on a safe to discover that, to discover smuggled items in the Babalese embassy office. Alabastian knife. The blade is definitely Alabastian. Was this carried across country lines? So this was discovered at the Babalese embassy. This is an Alabastian knife that killed Manny Kochin in the Babalese embassy. Codopian paper document. Docs related to the smuggling of Babalese ink. Yes, it appears to point to Mr. Kochin. And for some reason, it shows you that there are 3 pages, and I'm terrified of this piece of evidence, because they are going to spin this in some bizarre way, most likely. The knives had interchangeable handles, swapped with the real murder weapon's handle. Its blade has yet to be found. So, an Alabastian knife had a Babalese handle put on it to make it look like it was a Babalese knife. You can look at it. It's got a butterfly symbol on it, which is the Babalese symbol. We were handed Babalese ink? Yeah, receipt from Ambassador Coleus Palladino. Special wit crystal oil-based ink. Limited export because of its use in counterfeiting. Counterfeit bills made with Babalese ink. They are in circulation in Zhangfa. It's hard to tell they're fake. Alabast Prima Duck statue used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake fake from Babel. Was used as a weapon, right? This is the murder weapon over in the Alabastian side. Flowers that we just saw in the Alabastian embassy. 2 large flowers in bloom. The veins are supported by stakes and are still growing. The vines, I should say. Daymas note. Request for the theft of the Prima Deck statue with a map to where the statue is. Okay. This is the Samurai Spear. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. So sad. Samurai dogs. Present for embassy staff. Miss Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. Silhouette lantern. Runs on wit crystal oil, which burns green. It's a Babyliss souvenir. A fucking pick. Found at the open air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Misused perfume. This was left behind by Callisto U 7 years ago. Kay has been safeguarding it. Fountain spouts. Part of the rose garden pool. Auto refills the water when the water level is too low. And the photo of the Yatagarasu taken from a building nearby at the moment of border crossing during the fire. Thoughts on that, all that, Tommy? Pretty clear.
All right. The pick was used to stop the water from refilling.
Yeah, easily.
That was pretty obvious.
Yeah, yeah.
You just slotted right into that lead.
Clearly, give me something that's hard to figure out.
Larry bent the spear on his massive penis.
But why didn't he just use his cock then to do the early summer rain jab? Hey, what do you think about this? What?
That reminds me. I'd like to make my, make my formal apology on stream to you, Alex. Obviously, we had our argument, and the spy was banned off stream. I promise I'll never suggest that we be marginally less racist ever again.
Wait. Does this mean I can make the dark and darker joke? What does this mean? Wait, what does this mean? Wait, what did we talk about off stream about racism?
No, nothing. I'm just joking.
I want to know. Maybe we'll talk about it off stream. Okay, but seriously, why are you bringing this up?
I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
It is kind of funny. All right, you heard it from him, everyone. We're gonna be a little bit more racist now, okay? These damn Babyliss, these fucking Alabastians. So this one actually lets us like walk around more than the other cases. So now we've swapped, and now we get Franziska as our assistant. Yeah, I think we've done everything here. Yeah, this is just so you can see the rose garden. Okay, again. Oops. Oh, fuck it, let's talk to Kay. Oh god. Hey, check this out.
What do you think about this?
Huh? May I really have it? But you know, as the Yatagarasu, it would be bad if I couldn't get this by myself. Sorry, but I have no intention of giving you this piece of evidence. Oh, really? I guess I misunderstood. I feel like I've had a very similar conversation with someone else before. Oh, I guess you're all getting the Lance Reddick tonight. Lucky for you all. Man, I hope she has nothing to say. Oh, by the way, we got rid of about 5 pieces of evidence already. There was a moment where we just kind of handed off all the junk to Gumshoe to get rid of.
That's nice.
It is nice.
Here, hide this. Destroy this.
Okay, all right, let's just not. I'll ask about the investigation. Is there really any place left we haven't checked out yet in the Babyliss embassy? Interpol was conducting its investigation when you were being held by Agent Sheena. Because of that, I was unable to examine the fireplace in the Secretariat's desk. True. And since he's here, we should talk with Ambassador Palladino some more too. He looks so sad and lonely since Mr. Cochin died. Yes, he does. You are correct. I have a few issues I still need to discuss with him. We should make the best of this opportunity. I don't think we can go in here, right? To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth! Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palladino, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murderer really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. Is there anything I can do for you? All you have to do is ask, all right? Mr. Palladino. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure, please, feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Palladino. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Palladino. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you stopped. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that that person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Unless there was another Larry, then I guess well, anything could be possible then. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Get this shit started. Let's go. Right, so we didn't have a chance to look over here.
Who in her mind is the first Yatagarasu? Is it you?
It's her dad.
It's her dad. Okay.
Right, so she believes that her dad is the legitimate Yatagarasu and Callisto Yu is a fake.
Gotcha.
We already looked at all this stuff. Can we look at the safe again? The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasure within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's office have them too. Two? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. Yeah, so it's just, the other office is just mirrored where...
Sure.
Yeah, where you would be walking in from the left side and the fireplace would be to the right of the room. With a window next to it and stuff. Though, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, you probably couldn't have gotten in through that window on the other side because there's actually a fucking tree growing through the window. Oddly enough. And like, there's a bunch of shit in the way. Yep. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. It was Clown World last stream with Larry and Old Bag. Larry attempted to go down the chimney to the Pink Princess's room, unbeknownst to him that it was Old Bag, because Old Bag was a replacement for the actual actress. So he wanted to sneak into the, I think her name was Mindy. Wanted to sneak into Mindy's room after he sent her a creepy letter with horrible handwriting. And it was Old Bag there instead. And Old Bag was drying her undershirt by the fireplace because it was drenched in sweat. But that let us discover the fact that there's actually a hidden door at the back of the fireplace that was somehow used despite her having the fireplace on. I don't know. Kind of confusing. Anyway. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? Brings a tear to my eye. That's beautiful, Kay. You can climb inside and we can play hide and seek. I love her. And come out covered in soot? I think not. Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right back, dude.
It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started at examining everything. I won't rest until you know why. We got a bunch of things we can look at here. All right, let's start with the chair. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I am a prosecutor and it's a part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. Check the phone. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that baballs would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think? Oh! Then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadopia? There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination. I like her idea. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh. I see. Ah. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? It looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. Get to the ink last. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Babbel sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Ha! It would appear that inside this desk also fell, it appears that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Ooh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. Oh. We'll get to that in a second. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Babbel sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Yep. Manny Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget?
You just hate that when you forget your name.
It happens all the fucking time, man. So, I think she's onto something. Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to sit a nameplate on one's desk. There's a bottle of Babbly's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Palladino, it looks like your precious Babbly's ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there was something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Hold on, I didn't look at the desk yet.
What did he mean by this?
This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's look out the window. You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damask 2 was killed. What? You don't mean the Damask 2? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though Damask 2 was merely an imposter of the original.
I'm with Miles on this one.
No one could ever stand in his place.
No one could ever stand in
The
his
last
place.
person who attempted that was found guilty of murder.
That's true.
And now another one died. Man, Ron's wife is so hot. Alright. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babbly's embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jam and Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jam and Ninja show. They didn't evacuate the theater? Holy shit. Oh dear. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal.
Just like at Chernobyl.
Oh.
Like it.
Oh, yeah.
Deep cut.
4th and 5th floor on fire? Not great.
It's fine.
It's fine. What was it, 3.4 Rotogen? Not great.
3.4 Rotogen. Not great.
Then the fire after the Jamming Ninja show was the second one of the night? Hey, yeah. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? Great. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fire. On the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the third floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's... How should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here. And Manny himself. All gone in the blink of an eye. All gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Palladino. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well, let's see. I have been quite busy all day, from morning until now. First I woke up, and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating! How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. All right, I can do that for you. I fear having to present things. Babley's ink consists mostly of wit crystal oil. When lit, the oil in the ink burns a bright yellow-green. Makes for a great science experiment. Here, give it a try with this. Yes, well, I understand your enthusiasm, but the amount you gave me earlier is enough. I see. That's too bad. In that case, why don't you have a few more of these coupons? I've got plenty. I have plenty of those too. Where is he conjuring those from? Know anything about these flowers? I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think that you would know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about that with these coupons. Thank you. However, I feel I must decline. All right, that's a short one, thank God. Know anything about this pick? Okay. Morning activities. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Right, the Babley's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom, okay? Which is why both the Prima Duck statue and the Babley's knife are knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh? About that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babley's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. Oh dear. So heavy, all the evidence. And that's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do. Being an ambassador and all. Afternoon activities. Now then, if you could please tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. there was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us. Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully, no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Palladino, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. Is there anything else? Please don't hesitate to ask, all right? What about the ink? I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, wet crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babbly's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. That's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. A case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Go do some deduction. So, this notepad matches this. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right! What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley.
It's the notepad from Pizza Hut.
It's November.
Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. Pizza Hut.
Tommy was right. Tommy was right.
You're right. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palladino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see, in that case. What is this fucking note shape?
It's the Pizza Hut logo.
It's the Pizza Hut, yeah.
It definitely is.
Or it's a Del Taco fucking.
He had to bring the pizzas to the 5th floor ambassador's office, so he screwed
and then die
for himself, and then die.
Ezra's like, I see Pizza Hut.
We use those as call-outs in our Destiny raid.
Yeah.
I'm well acquainted with the logo. Oh, did you figure something out? You stupid fucking idiot. This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask 2. Damask 2?
Firmly grasped.
In this note? Yes, it was a request but Mr. Cochin for Daymas 2 to steal the Prima Duck statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabast's Prima Duck statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you could tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Oh, was he going to attempt to smuggle out the Prima Duck statue? Makes sense. Job for Daymas 2. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Daymas 2. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? Ha ha ha! I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, the ball statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know that about Babel's Prima Duck statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only one person I could consult with. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes. I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador? But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple, shrimple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Careful, the ground's burned. You don't want to collapse the floor. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Ah, little thief time. Good work, detective. Ah, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow. You two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. Oh, God. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right? He's not a prosecutor. Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet. I have numerous, in fact. So, what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. This is a very tough meta to play in, okay? From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the 3rd floor fire. You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Beep, 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 for like an hour. She hit one button. Jesus Christ, it's burning in here. Whoa. Ah, yes, the mechanic that they outlined when it first showed up that didn't occur. The dotted lines are things in the present, and the outlined thing and the non-dotted ones are the things in the past. Yeah, great.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the dotted line to show up too.
It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person K saw used as well. Woo! What is this? Is it some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. Ahem. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Can't walk into it. The clock was moved. Interesting. Knife is there in the past. The chair's in place. What is that? Just a massive stack of pamphlets or bills, maybe?
Money?
I like
So-
that green with the room.
Oh, it's coupons maybe?
It's coupons and pamphlets, yeah.
Okay.
So Babel is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jammin' Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth! I can't believe she took me seriously. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen this. I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yeah, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right around like a record.
You spin me right now, baby.
Why are y'all talking about meat spin? Talking about what? Oh.
That was me in the video, by the way.
What'd you think of it? Pretty impressive, right? Kay, don't listen to him, and do not look that up. Do you think meat spin is still active?
I have to believe it is. I have to hope it is.
Someone can go check that for us.
Yeah, can someone do the research?
Someone do the research to see if Gumshoe Meat Spin is still online. The domain remains. God. Okay, never go on the internet. Too late. Oh dear. What are we talking about? Wait, what?
Oh, she's something worse. She's a little thief. It just
Exactly. All right, how big was the dick? I see. Meat Spin is no longer active. K, input exactly what I tell you into Little Thief. All right, now give him spiky hair, but it shoots out the back. Yes, now we're talking. Now leave a vest on him with an attorney's badge. Oh, yes. That's it right there. That's it right there. Anyway, enough about gay sex for the time being. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Phoenix spin. Suck to Gumshoe. Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. That first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. Oh my god, he almost died. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I have been burnt to a crisp. Wait! That's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone rode in it in a fit of panic? Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babelese embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. Let's look at the room first. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Palladino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. Then this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Palladino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Kochin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire? But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. Yeah, and since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green.
What is it? What is it? Phosphorate? Phosphate? Is what burns green? Phosphorus? Something like that?
Something like that.
Take that!
The source of the green in these flames is related to this. Oh, really? Well, I don't think they're related at all. I hate this game. Oh. Sorry, it really isn't related after all.
Fuck, it just like it's a nosebleed.
Hey, you honestly apologized this time for being wrong. What? I'm always honest. And that's a good thing. Now just keep on doing it. I need to think about this a bit more carefully. If I stay calm, the answer... Yeah. Oh, I guess it's the lantern.
Take that!
The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the wit crystal oil it's burning. Yeah! That's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. You know, that's why I play Luigi. I already made this joke. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wit crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there was only one other thing made from wit crystal oil. Luigi.
Luigi.
Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Palladino was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. Thanks. Yo, me getting ahead of myself in a Phoenix Wright game? Wow.
Oh, I thought the ink was made of gas. Oops.
Yeah, it's mustard gas. Be careful.
It's mustard gas.
Yeah, don't try what. So if you go and watch Meat Spin, don't try what they're doing in it. It makes mustard gas.
It makes mustard gas.
Anyway, Babley's ink is made from wit crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babley's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Heh, it would appear that I've finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babley's ink, this is the source of the green flames. Shmoney! What would consume that great a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit Maoni that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhangfa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babao's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes! And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crimes. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Moving on, let's look at this clock. This grandfather clock, it was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something?
So what's fun for me is that it's actually exactly 11 o'clock right now.
Yeah, you're 13 hours ahead of us, so yeah. Ambassador Palladino, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure. Yeah, then fuck it. Yeah. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please tear it open with your bare hands. Yes, sir, I'm on it.
But anyway, Alex, you should tell Maya that. She'll find it interesting.
Yeah, I'll tell Kay instead.
Okay.
Truthfully, the moment I almost spoke to Maya, it was maybe the peak of my life. I was so close. I've never been closer.
I'm plugged right out of the Matrix. No,
dude,
put me back in.
fucking, my toe was over the threshold, man. The true final frontier. Fuck. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside a clock in the first place? So I have to ask, did they pull this out from the past or the present? Which clock did you reach into, Gumshoe? Maybe he can talk to us. He'll cross the threshold into our world. God, if only.
Huh.
The fuck? It's terrible
Right,
here.
there it was.
I'm going back to getting accused of murder back in my world. I don't like it over here.
I bet he wouldn't.
Oh yeah, no. Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Palladino that put the wire in there. And perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. Beef. How's Kay? Better than Trucy? It's hard to say. I like Kay quite a bit. She's definitely on par, at least. But Trucy was definitely out there with the amount of nonsense she was saying. There haven't been as many opportunities with Kay, I think, is the problem, but she's pretty funny. No one's beaten Maya, though. It is simply not possible. It looks like one of the Babyliss knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. Oh, the remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babel's national treasure was stolen. Or Babel, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babel's woes. That looks like a very comfortable chair. That's a step chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Yeah. We've had this. Like the window. You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. Okay, same stuff. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's office have them too. Two? Yeah, same stuff. This is hilarious. This actually is the funniest thing that Kay has said, I think. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we could play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I wanted to examine the thing above it, but okay. Alright, during the fire. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babel, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babel. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. That's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat? Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel is also suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto, you. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, then disappeared? What did you see, Gumshoe? By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallways, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Koshin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He kept her for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Ah. Big sussy. That fireplace has a fucking secret door that connects to the other room. Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. And during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? We've examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Palladino about it. Ambassador Palladino, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office. It appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our 2 embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Okay. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. Even the art is the same. As my room is currently undergoing renovation, we worked hard to make sure Manny's room looked like the ambassador's office. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I need to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Let's jam this shit together.
Connected fireplaces, bilateral symmetry.
Yeah, let's try that. Oh. The Alabastian and Babalese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace might also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house! Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir? What? This embassy holds that kind of secret! There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace.
I'm always at the bottom. I mean, getting to the bottom of this.
Looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Alabasta, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see the X back there, sir. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, you scared me, sir. There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. Huh? Well, we found an X where you thought there would be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? It should be, yeah, it should have ashes in it. It shouldn't be clean. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood. Huh? That's odd. It doesn't match up with what Mr. Palino said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? Ambassador Palino, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean up the ashes from this fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry. I admit, I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Palino is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh? It was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Edgeworth, but yes. Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know. There was really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. What am I about to do?
There's no reason to dance around it, Alex. We all know what he's about to do.
Yeah, all of it. Hey, everything this morning happened exactly as I said it did in my statement. Man and I wanted to do a photo shoot with the Chairman Ninja, so we tidied his office. That's about it. I can't think of anything else of interest. If this guy is to be believed, an ambassador's job consists only of wasting time. Oh dear. Kay, what am I about to do?
We all know what he's about to do.
Kay, I need help. Looks like it was quite the fire, huh? Yes, it appears that the flames spread fairly quickly for some of the other rooms as well. Yeah, but thanks to Gummy's info, I was able to recreate this room. Plus, the burnt stuff is still lying around, so you can check those as well. State of this room before and after the fire. I can probably obtain some. Yeah. Oh, right, we have a logic tab we can work with.
Here, I'll be right back. Gotta do something with my sister.
Sure. Alright. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is shrimple. Imagine frying some shrimp fried rice with green fire. Do you think it would make it taste better? Maybe. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Palino said that he spilled some Babbly's ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well, then I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Pretty clever. Uh-oh, we're nearing page 4. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. Aha, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh! It was that person, sir. Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena as the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a 2-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Mask 2's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Ha! Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now! We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy! You can do it! Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back! Man, I loved playing Guitar Hero when I was a kid. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a shrimple task, detective. Wow. The wall inside the fireplace really did turn. Oh, that's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed onto the other room. Furthermore, the Babbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? There's all that ash and stuff. And your point is? Now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Oh, yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth. A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused, like a laser, on what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Gay-laced. Oh my god, he made it through! Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah.
The fireplace is stuck around him.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. I'm just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. It's just a bit of ash and dust. I am ash and dust. Goodbye. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Ah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir, I can never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but, you know. I see. Very well, then, as you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact, and that is... I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. Oh my god, he turned and walked away. What the fuck? The handwriting analysis on Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. How do you know they're there? That was just a straight investigation. There was no
No talking.
You know what? Maybe I think there was a we started in the middle of a part rather than
starting at the start of a part.
Yeah, so I think we actually did have something with Franziska talking about the Yatagarasu silhouette. We're almost matching it. We need to slow down a little bit. Agent Lang. Langzy says, little cubs. Never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. Oh great, him and Bat are gonna be on screen together. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Babyliss ink. They were all of Zhang Fa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhang Fa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhangfa, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here.
He's
But
about to say
tonight-
it was you, Edgeworth. You did it.
He's kind of suspected that. Remember he arrested Ernest Amano on suspicion of the smuggling ring. And that Edgeworth would be his lapdog for that. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer? Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba. I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Circus, you fool! Curse your empty brain! Ha! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena. Let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment! Oh my god. You! Wolfman and the secretary lady, hold it! Objection, pal!
Whoa.
He grows stronger. Gumshoe, forma de prosecutor. Detective Gumshoe! Have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
I thought it was going to be written by Larry.
How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all. So I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. Meat spin. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh? It sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well. I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight. And the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ah. I should have known. That you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. Our destinies will duel, Edgeworth. It would appear that way. Armpit. No, I'm sorry. Well, I'll prove her innocence. Well, I'm sniffing for if it's burnt or not, because she crawled through the ashes, you know? Yeah, obviously, you shall do it too. Well, I'll prove her innocence. Oh, well, I'll prove her innocence. Am I British? What's wrong with me? Innocence? Oh no.
Innocence in it.
Innocence, isn't it? Well, I'll prove her innocence, isn't it? So let's see what you've got. Prosecutor Edgeworth! With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang! I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. Who wants to do Lang? We can start now. We have entered testimony mode.
Oh, I'll do Lang.
Okay. I imagine Sheena's gonna talk a lot if you want to do her, Tommy.
Yep.
Alright. Take it away.
You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw?
That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu.
Pretended? And what do you mean by that?
I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what this person Kay saw did. Kay, if you could please explain what the person you were chasing did for us. Okay, you got it! I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babalese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. Okay. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. It was pretty straight. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Who's the... Oh.
Who's there?
By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she saw was chasing... the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang?
What do you mean, what do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? Person slipped through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness.
Give me one sec, guys.
Cat goes hard though, I'll say.
Yeah.
My mother saw glowing eyes in the bushes and was like, come outside with me to defend me, and it was just like 2 raccoons, and they just kind of sauntered off.
Wow.
There was one time where we actually had like, it was years ago, we're on our back porch, like a mother raccoon made a nest for all her babies back there, so there was just a bunch of raccoons on our back porch. We just kind of let them be, like, it's fine. We never really go out the back there, so it was fine. They were gone pretty soon after that, because they probably realized, like, maybe we don't want to be here. Yeah, it was pretty cute to see baby raccoons just hanging out on the back. I've had weird stuff show up at the back of my house. Like, there was a bone of like the lower jaw of a deer or something that was thrown on one of the windowsills, looking out over our pool. It was really fucking weird. It was just a clean bone just on the windowsill, like most of the teeth intact and everything. Was crazy. I wanted to like grab it, but I would have to. But I figured I probably shouldn't. I could have cleaned it. It was gone pretty shortly after that.
It's the fucking cane sword or whatever. In the Bible.
I wouldn't know. I'm a bad Christian.
The what sword?
I'm
The
a
king
sinner.
sword?
Yeah, he's like a donkey jaw as a sword or some shit.
Oh.
The donkey? What?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think Brad was able to kind of identify what it was. Like, it was pretty large.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It's Samson, not Cain.
Yeah.
Samson has the donkey jawbone sword.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was when you were supposed to become Samson, Alex, because his superpower is also his hair.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
That was a message from God. You missed it.
I'm losing all my hair at this point. It's so I'm
Okay.
so sad every day. My hair gets thinner and thinner. The creeping of my age. My hair looks all right. I have good days. Anyway, so the person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Pretty reasonable explanation. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Hey guys.
Take that.
This is the person the suspicious person would have run into. What? Here, Ryan, take it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh, I was in the wrong thing.
It's cool.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you sure you're not losing it?
I'm definitely losing it. I haven't lost anything, and certainly not my mind.
Maybe not, but you definitely have the wrong person.
Uh,
Or maybe you're just terrible with not only logic, but names as well.
Did I misclick?
yeah, like he well, you clicked on Gumshoe, but wasn't Edward's point that she would have run into Shinla? Isn't that the argument he's trying to make here?
What? Hey, Gumshoe was the one that spotted Sheena coming out of the hallway. Oh, right. Sorry. Once again, jumping ahead of myself. Right. Fuck me. Because we're just assuming Sheena's the culprit at this point. So I'm like, yeah, it's gotta be Gumshoe that's easy. No, you're right. My bad. Yeah.
Take that!
In my mind, she's the Yatagarasu.
Your answer is Shinha?
Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena! Would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question?
No, I didn't see anyone.
You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped. Hey, I'm talking.
It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway.
I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective that I pointed out anyway. Fuck you, game. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? When I heard Kay scream... We have a whole fighting game input system at play now.
Kick.
Kick,
Grab.
yoink, sploink.
Shoryuken.
I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. Man, that the fucking no chance that Yatagarasu could have escaped.
No.
So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken.
I get it. So that's why you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
No shit. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. We have to meander for a little bit for some reason. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Balbalese side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come! Let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours really rubbed me the wrong way. You know that? Huh. Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route beside the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment the Yatagarasu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible.
Now, I realize you may not know this, but Humans can't fly.
Oh, buddy.
That's just.
I don't think you understand that when Larry's around, the circus is in town. Oh! Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
I thought I was gonna say love.
He was saying this shit the last time, dude.
We haven't fixed
He's
him
like,
yet.
I
He
need
can't
evidence.
get there yet.
Okay.
He's evidence.
We haven't cleansed his soul, which is what you do in Ace Attorney games. You cleanse the souls of everyone
he's
involved in
still
a
too
case.
cynical. He's still too hard. Yeah, we gotta open him up.
We're not his best friend yet. Very well, then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo. I was not ready for this. Fuck, what?
Okay. Photo of the Yatagarasu. Here, they're flying.
Oh, it's on the 4th and 5th floors. No. Wait, photo taken after the... No, it is lower down. So this is actually on, like, the 2nd floor here, I think.
Right, because it says 4th and 5th, but those were on... The first fire, those were on fire or whatever.
Right, but...
Or the other side of the building.
Yeah, that too. So it doesn't matter. Well, we could just do this, because chances are it's photo on the photo, because that's just how this game works.
Like, we just photo on the photo.
I'm gonna try it. It might work.
Kill yourself.
I might. Man, I would have tried everything else. Truth be told, I would have tried every other fucking piece of evidence. This is so bad. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. Okay. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Oh. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you've bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is.
I'm glad we figured this part out fairly and through good gameplay. Well, for what it counts, I suppose game design is all about teaching you patterns. And, man, has there been a pattern with how you present evidence in this game.
And how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you?
Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
Ah, as I thought.
However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer.
You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on. Enlighten me. Hold it.
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Babyliss side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Ooh.
Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Waiting for her eyes to be a different color.
Hang. It's all right. I can take care of him.
Sheena.
You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
Smells so creepy.
All right. If you're okay with it, then you have my support.
Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins.
Now then, what is it you'd like to ask?
Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalese embassy? White woman, round 2. Sheena's movements.
During the first Babalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire.
Yes, I believe people have corroborated that.
During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal.
Babal. Whatever, just
Babal.
say whatever. Okay.
While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say.
But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Cochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracing my testimony.
Good.
Ew. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct?
Alright. Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic.
I'm gonna get arrested right now, oh no. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. Oh. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation.
Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal.
Say sorry. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
No.
I'm sorry.
It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second.
The same goes for me. I believe in Sheena.
Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
Moshi Roy. Okay, during the first Babalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort.
I was in charge of the police on the Babalese side.
Babalese.
So I helped them Babalese side, so I helped them with their work.
Babalese. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
It sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time.
To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? God, they're huge. At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Oh.
You're like fusing into each other. Oh, we move forward.
I kind of had a feeling you were gonna say that.
Tina's more than just a capable secretary, no? Tina, tell him what other things you're good at.
Oh my.
Oh my.
All right.
All right. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal Hall. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babel, correct?
Yes. That was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal.
Babel. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after.
There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu. Because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face.
By the way, how was your team's investigation?
In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows.
Okay.
So, the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on the other floors.
The ones under renovations. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. This is Edgeworth's Mia moment. He pictures Gumshoe instead. But Gumshoe doesn't say anything to him. He just is able to think clearer when Gumshoe's in his mind.
Yeah.
The Mind Palace is truly a wonderful thing.
When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor.
And you did that alone.
Yes.
While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. So, you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office.
I already told you I was earlier. I already told you I was earlier.
Dude, these sentences are like, they make sense when you read them, but it's like, what?
I see what you're saying,
they're just very inorganic a lot of times.
Because I would have said where I was earlier.
Yeah.
But I suppose, yeah.
As I was examining the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream.
I just knew I had to go accuse her of murder.
Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office.
Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet...
Oh! I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that. Oh, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Sheena.
The prosecutors of this country are all so strange.
Tell me about it. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Why? You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true?
I really hate to repeat myself.
I don't care. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are... I'm sorry. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want to be We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. That's nice. You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth.
Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me.
Not happening. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girls Yatagarasu even exist. Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again?
Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu, despite just being an average citizen.
Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu.
And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere?
Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. Ew.
I see.
Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit, sus. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh? Then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? Heh. I will in due time. The escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kei was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead straight right to Agent Sheena, then what is it that she is keeping from us right now? Okay. During the first Bobley's fire on the 4th and 5th floor, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. So I'm gonna guess it's swappable fireplace on this one.
That sounds reasonable.
Maybe I don't want to do that then. Hold on. Do we have anything that is exactly what she's talking about? Okay, do we have the next room? No. We're gonna go with the next closest thing to the next room. Okay.
Oh boy.
Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all.
Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace?
Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it?
Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces.
What?
The fireplace in Mr.
wait.
Cochin's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the I keep wanting to say revolting! The escape route was through the revolting fireplace wall and into the next room over.
Alright.
Now do you see?
Just gets whipped back.
If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. Ayah. Ayah. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu? Or shall I? Here it comes. Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, you were the one she chased her after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Koshin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. Oh! After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Ah, yep, here we go. She's... Here she comes.
Sheena?
Yeah.
That's a really funny sprite. That laugh. Wait a minute, that laugh.
Oh my god.
Alright, who saw this coming? Oh, everyone? Oh, okay.
Oh, everyone.
I remember this irritating laugh.
I didn't even see the last case that this is coming.
Yeah. Ugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be. But it has to be. Sheena.
Sheena, what's wrong with you?
Oh, that's a really good looking sprite, actually. Look how they like highlighted her eyes like that.
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh.
Funny, you say.
Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are all so very strange.
Do you think you can get away with this by shrimply laughing it off?
You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's the prosecutor who is. Oh. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim?
I'm a sniffer. Never.
If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route.
Get Missile in here. Oh yeah, Missile showed up.
The missile? The dog?
Yeah, and then it ate a hot dog.
Wonderful.
But you know what piece of evidence we have?
It's base dog.
We have Callisto's perfume. Mm-hmm. Though I'm terrified of this pick, where the Jammin' Ninja is gonna be the real killer, or some shit. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed.
That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits.
You're just gonna pull a gun out again.
You're just gonna shoot him.
She tried. Callisto shot at Edgeworth, and he froze up. But Kay yelled at him to get down, so he dodged it. But once again, complete bullshit that he did not remember Kay instantly.
Yeah.
Absolutely absurd. Maybe humans in this world have a hard time remembering things. I don't know. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind. It is a great honor.
Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know.
I know. And that is why I won't hold anything back either. As I answer your question.
My question?
Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. It's gotta be the fireplace wall.
It's gotta be the fireplace wall. God damn it! I'm sorry, but is this really your answer to my question?
This game sucks, dude.
Dude,
This game is bad. Interesting enough stuff happening. Man, they did not know how to write evidence in this game. They had no fucking idea what to do with the evidence in this fucking game.
Yeah, it needed to be more separated or something.
It needs to be like removed, yet like has this tiny thread connecting it where you go, fuck, oh my god, it's this thing. And there's been a couple of things like that, even if they kind of ended up being obvious still. Like it has just been the thing on the topic they're talking about. It's not contradicting it. It is just bring up the topic so the characters can explain it away.
Yeah, it should be like you went into the room that she fled into and found like a sock covered in soot in there or something, right? And it's like, oh yeah, the soot sock.
Right, exactly. Now let me see your feet. Exactly. But whatever, let's... whatever. Yes, according to Ambassador Palladino's testimony... he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin.
Oh?
The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Not possible. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador, Palladino said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is quite simple. The Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall. The ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. Yeah. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. Look at her go. Stop that. And just what is so funny?
Ash as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court?
You still wish to fight us?
Of course, why wouldn't I?
In that case, let's hear your counter-argument!
My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Looks at the camera.
Not this case. We're in a theater now. We were in the court, though, at the end of the fourth case. Well, to me, we're shrimply continuing from where we left off all those years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse.
I'm the cat, by the way.
Let's make this the last testimony, and wrap this absurd case once and for all.
James Boat.
In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, you've already finished our very thorough investigation.
Or we've already finished our very
yeah. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Ko Chen's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument.
Oh, that's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. Don't worry, Edgeworth.
Then, isn't it about time we claim it?
Don't
that
worry.
one piece of evidence.
Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. That one piece of evidence is real.
One Piece!
A One Piece! What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay. Pull yourself together! You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. With pleasure.
Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Tina, please show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see.
I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply cannot allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin?
I'm ready whenever you are.
There's just an explosion and like the mic cutting off every time you do the it's great. Gina's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. Oh dear. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So that should be proof enough, even for you, pal.
It's like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned.
Ooh. Oh, fuck! Talk about rude! You should watch what you say, pal. I'll fucking kill you. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one.
But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used.
But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace. Come shoot, go check that room.
That's right. Well, do you have any? It's not like I left any ash-covered socks around.
Ah! Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? Oh, can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? Got him.
I don't have to prove my innocence. Only when you're defending the defendant does that have to happen.
You tell him. Objection! Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret. Leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch.
You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless.
Call him the dog. So then,
Told
who
the dog.
was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. And everyone dunks on Gumshoe, but he's the one that, like, takes care of and trained the fucking, search dog. Who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence.
That's a funny thing to call Miles, by the way, Alex.
Oh, what?
The search dog.
The search dog.
Gumshoe takes care of it.
Yeah, yeah, it does. It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace.
Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Palenio and Mr. Kochen.
Curses! I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find.
I take it you have no further objections?
I'll object whenever I want, bitch. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalese embassy.
Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into the Abalest were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu.
And yet, despite all that effort, it appears they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? Weber!
I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that, I am sorry.
You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry.
Go, men.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Oh, man, that's-
You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinates and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my subordinates? Oh! No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. It is only a problem on your end. Wow! Way to be super hard on him in response.
Yeah.
Am I really too strict on everyone?
Gumshoe has negative pay, and he's like, am I being too strict on him?
No, surely it's the detective who's wrong.
Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right?
That's right. We finished our investigation.
Don't say his name. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Oh, here we go. This is what we're looking for. So you really didn't find anything?
Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and document detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babalese knife handle yet.
You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, alright?
Wow. Agent Langs really sticks up for his
Oh, that's a typo.
Oh, typo.
Agent Lang really sticks up for his
Wow.
people.
Agent Langs really sticks
They got
up for his
lazy.
people.
The thing is, because it's like not a mainline one, and I feel like we got this localization so much later. And
Yeah. And the second one was never
Yeah.
localized either.
they were kind of just like, cash grab, just put it out. So I feel like this what I've read, this game has been rough.
So
Lang Z says.
Go on.
Lang Z says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. That's a new sprite.
I wouldn't be
Done that?
surprised. He's done this quite a bit. For whatever reason, when you were voicing him last, he just never did, even though this is all he does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I want to say there's a chance that like the iOS version or the phone version of this game has a better or has like a cleaned up translation. They'll often do that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Huh. So you see, my people are my family. Their families are my family too.
That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there is always one black sheep in any family. Jesus Christ.
Looks at Princess, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's Princess, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's Larry.
It's Larry.
Yeah, it's Larry.
It's definitely Larry. Hey guys!
Larry's a natural disaster of a human.
He's the greatest disaster of a human being.
He's literally a humanoid type.
Uh-oh, stinky, says everyone when Larry's around. Anyway, and though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we gonna do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol's agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babbly's investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. There is one thing I do know. It is that someone tried to hide it from us. Okay. The one piece of suspicious evidence.
The One Piece is real.
So what do we find in there? We found this. Haven't gotten back to this yet. Nor that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Could be this. Probably not, though, because she wouldn't know about the other note at the time. And let me see. The money, bill circulating fob, they all burned up in Babel. This was given to us, so it's not the ink on the desk. Gotta be the wire. Then what the fuck is this? Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything?
Well, aren't we full of ourselves? Standing there insulting Interpol agents?
I'll call Chun-Li. She'll kick your ass. You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire.
And what exactly is this supposed to mean?
The length of wire. So what about it?
I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babbly's embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
There's more?
But wait,
more?
there's more.
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. Oh. What in the hell?
Hiya!
Ayya! Hey, we're back out here. Wait, this was not the direction we were standing.
It never is, remember?
It never is.
When you're in the courtroom, it looks like your orientation's flipped.
I know. Because yeah, it's weird. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. Oh dear. Did we lose?
We lost Ryan.
So it goes. I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. But rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. And that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then. I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor is because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Is it just this room?
Yeah, I guess.
The location Agent Sheena is, of course, the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe, go! Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. Whee! Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think that Miss Sheena is the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. And I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu? Okay, I wanted to read this as the Yatagarasu in question, but okay. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu? Wait,
In question.
that she's the But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is the question. That's an awkward sentence. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. I swear to God, if it sucks, dude. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it is possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. As well as giants. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babyliss ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. You're missing the point. But is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edward, I found some things you might need to see, sir.
I'll be right back again.
Okay. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Pair of shoes, pretty close. Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing after was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room that you were examining? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Aww. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? No! These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang! Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright. Go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? Oh. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? Let's go with the coat first. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if the stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it all wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You really can... You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can... What? How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace was solely a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Light it on fire! Of course I can! This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. Babyliss ink. Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through the fireplace. Oh, Bowser the Gun, you missed us talking about gay sex earlier. According to Ambassador Palladino, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babyliss ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolting fireplace wall. Whoa. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babyliss ink on the coat hem. Oh, I see you all. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you! Burn the coat! We can find out whether that is Babyliss ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're gonna prove that it's Babyliss ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now, what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm gonna have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. What? Then if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. Wow, you cut out a massive fucking thing of it. Cool. The flame. It's the same color as the flame's wit crystal oil produces, which means... Babbly's ink is a product of wit crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Machina! You're the fake Yatagarasu! The one who killed my father! It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life.
You?
That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? Proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird. One that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay. But we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this, and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good. Bam! This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. Oh, Sheena's not gonna have fingerprints. She'll have burned them off. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I've preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here. Every last one! We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test?
Guardian, submit.
Submit. Whoa!
Eduardo!
Whoa!
Fuck you, Eduardo!
Holy shit! It looks like you've finally seen right through me yet again. Oh, and her theme's gonna play. Her swing theme that doesn't match the tone. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. Quick, lasso her. I can fix her? This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang. I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time! Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you. The woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto, you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. You say that, but she kind of just pulled a gun out on you guys last time and just ran away, so she's probably gonna do that right now. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are. Being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father! You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty! Yep, there we go. I totally never saw this CG while looking for images of Kay. Luckily, it was kind of, you know,
Yeah.
not exactly the most absurd thing, right?
Yeah.
Plus, like, there's a lot more that's gonna happen after this, I hope. There's a lot of unresolved ends here, so... Kay! You let Kay go right now, pal. You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither person, I guess. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto Yu. By the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. Ha ha! How very perceptive of you. No way! A single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth. No, I refuse to believe this! The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And the lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Right? A lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Burn. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. I have no water, fuck. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Yep. Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. Oh. You're the third member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. But I finally got you. They really needed to put a different theme on at this point. Ha! Why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed. It was nothing personal, kid. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! Oh, it's over, Sheena. Your leg. The fucking goat!
Jesus Christ.
Oh! Agent Lang! Ugh. You idiot. What were you doing jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she's a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she's my subordinate! And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her! Not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that. Ha! That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes? They're on sibling terms?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Like, are you marrying my sister? Ah, fuck.
No, he's
caught her.
marrying you, and then she's becoming his sister.
Another one. Well, I'm already married to
4 other people.
4 other people? Wait, who's fourth? Because I'm thinking Gumshoe, Larry, Phoenix.
I was thinking maybe Emma, but also maybe not Emma.
Yeah, probably not Emma. Yeah, maybe just those 3. Anyway, I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir. I found something. Ah. What is this? Sir. It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. Not really necessary, but hey, fine. I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna go return this Babbly's knife now. All right. I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Palladino. Babbly's knife, handle, given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe
Applebee's nuts.
Applebee's nuts. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto Yu. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Aha. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Oh. Damn, she didn't even stab him. I mean, wow, what an incredibly fast stab wound. No one other than me would have been able to detect to see that. The actual peak of Hunter x Hunter is that scene. Well, maybe that whole episode where the guy's watching the videotape and he's walking down he's watching the videotape, the security recording of Crollo and Neon walking down the hallway, and then Neon suddenly collapses, and he's like, wait a minute, rewind that. And then it's like, all right,
Yeah,
slow it
right.
down. Oh my god, such an incredibly fast chop to the neck. Only someone such as myself would have been able to detect it, and it's like, that's not how video works.
It's funny. There's I think that got parodied specifically in
Pop
by,
Team Epic.
Pop Team Epic.
Yeah, that body slam. What an incredibly fast body slam. And it's like Cthulhu watching it for some reason.
It's Cthulhu.
It's Cthulhu watching it where, I can't think of the shorter one right now.
It's Peepee and Popica.
Okay, it was the...
I think it's Popica.
Yeah, it's Popka. Yeah, it's a child, like, fucking with her on the bus, and the kid's just on the ground.
It's ground.
Wait a minute, that body slam. Anyway. Yeah. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? Objection. Aha. You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? Why do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? Shouldn't that be what do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me?
Yes.
Fuck me, man. It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious. So I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yeah. I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I planned to search you and take back that device that rightfully belonged to the true Yatagarasu. You were gonna take Little Thief away from me! 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. And the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed. Even now, to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? And the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings? Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. You understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babley's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do. But then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It was your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, I mean, Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No. I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang. Mark my words. I'm not done here. And I'll be back. Is he walking off a bullet wound to the leg?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Yeah, he wanted to get shot.
He's been fucking waiting to say that one for, like, probably his whole life.
Oh, fuck yeah, this is awesome! Oh, fuck! Oh, it hurts so good. His anger appears.
It's the crying Wojak wearing the happy mask.
Yeah, not really. He's just actually happy, I think. It's a bleeding Chad face. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, his anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Don't worry. Don't worry, everyone. It was only 9mm. You can't kill a fucking fly with that kind of ammunition. Well, I don't know. It looked like he had an M1911, so that might have been ACP, which I'm pretty sure would fucking hurt. I say, knowing nothing about guns. But I shouldn't bring up guns. That it just awakens people. They'll never shut up suddenly.
They'll send you classified documents to make your game better.
Yeah, they'll send you classified documents about how military planes operate for accuracy in game. Calling all Americans, how do guns work? It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all those commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. I like how Bad's just standing here. Like he's clearly guilty of doing some pretty heinous shit.
And just try to kill someone.
Well, yeah, he was gonna kill you, obviously, but yeah.
But still, that's really intense.
Yeah, we might. Can you, Franziska? Can you, I don't know, Gumshoe? I don't know, do anything?
Gumshoe body slam him.
Yeah. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty. Just like the ones they were selling for the Jammin' Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. Fuck's her problem. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. Did her dad have the hair sticks? No? There is a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight. The dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bat, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. You're not going to jail? Whatever.
I've acquitted myself as the lead detective.
That hid evidence for years. I'm out of here. It was down to the wire. We almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything.
What is that thing?
No, we didn't. Not even fucking close. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also a part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay. Truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no. You are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad. I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give these back to you. Oh, boy. Here we go. These are...
I guess you could say this evidence is really cakey.
Oh, Bad was the one in the office. Oh, okay.
Oh, sure. From
Yeah,
Edgeworth's office.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
You guys wondering about that, right? Because it obviously didn't make sense for it to be
Okay.
K.
The pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Oh, wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. God, it was last night.
Yeah, I was like, wait, it's March 14th still? It's been like 2 days since this game started.
So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true. Even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident. It was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in that case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we
Wait, hold on, let me...
formed the Yatagarasu. Yes.
Okay, hold on. So, like, explain something to me real quick.
Yes.
Murderer kills, Yu's sister?
Yep. CC.
Okay. Then... But she's not... That's not the case that she's the defense attorney of, yeah?
No, that's the one. That's case 4 in this game. That's the one she's the defense attorney in.
Okay.
And that's...
Which is a follow-up case to the other case they're talking about?
A similar incident occurred. So,
Okay.
the guy who died in this case...
Yeah.
One of the guys who died in this case...
Murderer
was the man who was acquitted of killing CCU.
Yes.
That is the KG8 incident.
Okay.
And this happened at a Kodopian embassy. Rather, the building we are in currently.
Which used to be Kadopia
Embassy. Yes.
Because it doesn't exist
2
anymore.
years after the KG8 incident, when case
Okay.
4 is happening of this game,
Mm-hmm.
7 years in the past of where we're at right now in the game,
Right.
a second quote-unquote KG incident occurs. It's not called that, but that's what people started calling it because it was another murder in the Kodopian embassy.
Gotcha.
With that time
Also
around, Manny, no. Manny was hanging out in the courthouse at the time, but he was just kind of there. He didn't actually do anything in the last case. No, a guy, just some thug was caught on camera killing a guy named Died Man or something, right? And then what Macrel does, the defendant in that case, the killer, points at Faraday and says, that guy's the Yatagarasu. He told me to do it. And that's why Edgeworth is called onto the scene to take over as the prosecutor in the case.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that's pretty much all we know about the KG8 stuff.
Right, so they had 2 years to form the Yatagarasu.
Yes. So presumably... Yeah, so presumably right after... They're probably going to, sum it up for us here in a second, but... Yeah. Looks like they formed it after Manny Cochin was found innocent. And that presumably, like, the leader of the smuggling ring, or it's probably going to be the leader of the smuggling ring, was the one who stole the evidence to prevent him from getting found guilty. Okay. I think that's right. I'm sure it's going to clarify up here pretty soon. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu, and vowed to bring light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU.
We never had a sister.
We never had a sister. What? Then that means... Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
Yeah.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it. This lumber is a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all these years. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is... a directives card from the big boss.
Thanks for that, boss.
Take a look at the back. This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Babyliss ink? The fact that the card Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief. They used the mark, and only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind them. A literal trump card. And one more thing. Detective Gumshoe.
This lollipop.
I've been trusting this to you. Carry on the 4Kids dub of Sanji, okay? What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG-8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. It's important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. May I watch it? This video. Oh, what? Don't come any closer, I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah. It would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. And that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me. And the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you. When you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who could not be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits of them. You still insist that even now you really are something. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. The handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops. Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops. Why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. Jeez. Is this really the end of a legend? We'll do a little bit into the next part here. Just so next time we can probably just finish it up without it being like potentially 7 hours long, you know?
Mhm.
me get some music on, then I'm gonna take a break because I haven't had water for like an hour and a half now. Oh, I'll be right back.
How's it going, Brad? I know you're here. Can't hide
Oh, sorry,
from me.
my mic was muted. I'm alright.
Yeah. I'll be back. Ugh.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty good there. Oh. Hold on. Oh, okay. Just ran out of floss and now I'm dying. The two teeth that I chew on the most, chew with the most, there's a gap big enough for any piece of food to get in there. But it's not small enough to, you know, prevent that from happening. But it's not big enough that, like, the food just kind of could be, I could just kind of, like, take it out easily. Yeah. It's fucking in there. And the pressure I feel from it is unreal. I asked my dentist one time if they could, like, fix that, and they're like, I don't know, you're fine. I'm like, okay. So I'm, like, constantly having to floss it
I
every
will
time.
pay you to get rid of this.
Yeah. And they're like, oh, you don't have health insurance. Oh, yeah. And it's like, well, then you're getting cash. And they're like, oh. Anyway. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Alright, what we got? Alright, we got the pamphlet, we got the statue, death, the notes of death, Yadigarasa key, Alabastian knife, Kodopian paper document, counterfeit bills, the other statue, the flowers, mass day mass note, samurai spear is still here, dogs are still here, pick's still here. We really didn't get rid of much. Did we get rid of anything? What is this? The design of these things are rather eccentric for hair sticks. Huh? Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I have ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick on yours into your hair like that? God, jeez. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? God damn. That's a secret. Curiouser and the Curiouser. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? May I watch it? Oh wait, that's what the VCR is for. The KG-8 incident. This was the case in which the unwitting CCU was murdered. She was to expose the connection between the Amano group and the smuggling ring. This was also when the group, the Yatagarasu, was first formed. Are the events of this case connected to the case from 10 years ago somehow? There you go. that helps clarify stuff. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Oh. This man.
Manny. It's Man Kachin.
This Manny. It's Man Kachin. Gochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. Oh. So it was just a Kodopian embassy guy killing someone who was gonna spill the beans. Okay. So this footage was shot at the entrance of the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? I don't fast forward. Wait, what was that?
Only I could have perceived it.
Slow it down for me if you would. Oh my gosh, that's an impressive piece of incriminating evidence. Only I could observe it at such speeds. That bit you played just now, please show it to me again. Okay. This car, this is something we cannot overlook. Zoom and enhance.
The license plate number, if you would.
As Papa would say, give them the enlargement. You want the enlargement? You got the enlargement. Why is that, sir? Because it's a fucking car!
Quick, check the tailpipe.
This is the national flag of the Principality of Kotopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? But we know Manny was a part of it. Right, so this is our last remaining character to do literally anything. So I'm curious if it's just gonna be him, or if we're gonna have another character thrown at us soon enough. Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time. Ambassador Alba, thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I'm truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Quercus! You simply chase after a simple thief. You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. Ugh. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Also, it's past midnight. Go to bed. No one else is here. Why don't we leave the rest of the Alabastian and Babyliss police? Ambassador, we were so close just a little more, and Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Oh boy. Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo! Ow. Ow. Fuck. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why in the fuck? Why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way, I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. He can't grab the scroll anymore. Oh. Oh. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh? I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... Sheena's gonna show up and point. I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. Oh, thank God, we're getting right to it. You!
It was you, Edgeworth.
No! The killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Langji says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly shrimple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Daymas 2's killer? I'll tell you who. Oh! Oh! That! Let me say the line. It was you, Franziska von Karma! Whoa. Whoa. I wasn't expecting Franziska to be accused, but I guess she's the only one who hasn't.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Wait! Franziska Retribution arc where she matters at the end of a game?
That's impossible. I don't.
I quite like the end of her involvement in the end of 2. I think her involvement in the end of 2, where she shows up with the 3 pieces of evidence, is pretty good. Obviously, it's like, okay, why couldn't you have had Edgeworth? But you know, I think we had talked about this, but I'd read something because I wanted to check. I was like, is Franziska in Spirit of Justice or Dual Destinies? And she's just not. And I then checked
she's
some
the
like
killer here and gets arrested.
Yeah, she's the killer here and gets arrested. Exactly. Maybe. But I went and checked her. Or she had like some trivia on her. And oh, it's falling out the back of my head. What was it gonna be? What was it? Wow. Good attention span.
She's not in the other 2 games.
Right.
Something about her in 2 with the 3 pieces of evidence.
It has less to do with her and more to do with Edgeworth. So she was created because they didn't want to overuse Edgeworth in 2.
Oh, understandable.
They wanted to use Edgeworth. But then he was too popular. And they said, we can't have him constantly losing to Phoenix.
I think that's totally fair.
Yeah, I think it is. And then they go and make, Rise from the Ashes, where he effectively wins, right? Everyone wins except for Gan at the end of that case, right? So, but it is funny that they were like, well, we need a jobber.
Yeah,
we can't have Phoenix just mauling over all these people. Yeah. I was the killer?
I was the killer.
I killed Hannibal? Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Hold your tongue. And that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babel, did you not? Objection! And where is your evidence that I'm the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close... Oh, sorry about the blood on the floor, by the way. I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? with things as they are. I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Don't worry, Franziska, I have like 100. You're fine. You can lose that bet. I got more. Another epic Destiny reference for you all.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck is he saying?
What, bro? How do I free up my vault space and spend less on bottom dollars? No.
Yeah, I get it now. I think we were like talking about like evidence that we had. I'm like, what is he talking about?
No. Low hanging fruit Destiny. Actually, that one's pretty clever if you know me.
Yeah, that was a deep cut.
That was a very deep cut. How many? Oh, let me check. Damn, how many bottom dollars do I have in my vault right now? I think I only have 4 actually. I used to have like 7. I've whittled it down to 2. Wow. Okay. Maybe not, Franziska. Yeah, maybe. Well, you're on your own, actually. I need those. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. She's like, I guess I'll be, better work out. Because I'll accept nothing sort of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Ah! Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I might clean up my superior's mess. Yeah. Huh. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in the Alabast yet. If you let Kay in, then you've got to let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Whatever. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go! Oh, fuck, ow! Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babel. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damas II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Prima Duck statue. And that this is actually Babel's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it... Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off. Hey, Chen Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. And you and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire. Even if that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. Did he grab the fucking whip?
I
Hey,
guess. Jesus.
Hey now. Look, sis. I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. Ah! This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring would it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Ah! Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already! Francisca, you know that is simply impossible. I'm sorry. Shrimply impossible. Francisca, you need to calm down. You've only been accused of murder. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that could top my hypothesis? Excuse me. Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask 2. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask 2 is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Circus, baby. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor! Let's get started. Yes, let's. Oh, we're going right into that. Oh, I thought we had to investigate first. Okay. Who do you want to voice?
I'm fine with either one.
I guess I'll take Lang, because once again, I can get a little louder with him than
Sure.
You would be able to. So let's just go with that. I will be Lang then. One of the Alabast knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask 2 is Babel's Primidux statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Oh my god.
But consider guitar pick.
So, there's something that you missed, Tommy. While we were investigating the Rose Garden, there's a fountain in the middle of it. And, it was low. The water level was low when we first got there, right? And then we did something to make it go up. I don't remember what it was, but I guess it just started auto-refilling was the idea. Part of the Rose Garden pool, auto-refills. Oh, its power was out or something weird. I don't remember the exacts, but part of the Rose Garden pool auto-refills the water when the water level is too low. So what happens immediately after this, while Francisca and Edgeworth are talking, is that motherfucking Larry Butts emerges from the pool. And I don't quite remember why. However, there is a secret underwater entrance potentially. I don't know. Something weird like that.
I'm telling you, it's the pick. It like.
So I'm thinking. So straight up.
The sensor.
Well, I'm thinking the pick was somehow strewn across the line of wire and was used to like anchor something across.
Sure.
I don't know. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. We already dealt with her. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, I accidentally took Edgeworth. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Actually, it's Larry, because it's gonna be Larry was actually able to do it. I know.
Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
I'm dying, Chief! What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blinded to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Ji never said anything to that effect.
Oh! You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Langzi proverbs like that?
I don't need his proverbs.
My proverbs are they them?
His proverbs are outdated.
The proverbs are fake now.
Because my words are all you will need to see the truth.
Border crossing weapons! One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin.
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines.
Good. But that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damas 2 is Babel's pre-Midoc statue. Okay, alright.
So,
Tommy,
you're
look in the
saying-
background here.
Mhm.
Does this
Yeah,
not
it's
look
a
like an
face.
evil face? I think it's just
No,
it's-
I've been staring at it.
I think it's just an evil plant. I don't think it's like a model or anything. I think it's just a plant.
Anti-Charlie.
Yeah, it's evil though. Go on, please.
So you're saying that the Prima Duck statue was also brought over by Franziska?
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
And how exactly did she bring it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
That's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are.
Maybe, but there is one other thing I do know for sure. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Bro, just throw it over the wall. Like, what are you talking about?
Impenetrable. I should hardly think so.
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world would cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. You can't climb shit! Don't act like you can. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Prima-Duck statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. I'm sorry, Larry. We have to kill you.
Was Francisco really the only person to have traveled between the two countries?
According to the guards at both doors, he is the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yadagarasu showed up.
The sis there.
What the fuck is this sentence?
The sis there.
The sis there.
The sis there.
My
as
sis
in-
there.
as in
This is
Francisca.
this is my sis there.
Francisca?
The sis there was in Alabast when the Autogarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Kochin's body, she entered Babel. I think we can assume that that's when she brought the knife into Babel.
Then how do you explain the Prima Deck statue?
She threw it really hard. I haven't quite figured that one out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines.
The only things to cross the border are the Prima Deck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang.
So I don't know if I can present Larry yet, or if I'm even allowed to. Because at the very beginning of the case, right before Edgeworth gets the autograph from the Steel Samurai, Larry, he is coming out of the right side of the theater. So he's exiting the Babel embassy, and he has a carriage with him with the Iron Infant, a baby prop basically, right? Because the Steel Samurai got laid, I guess, and he's pushing it, and there's like a whole ceremony weird thing going on, and he takes it to the other side. He goes into the Alabast embassy at this point after giving Edgeworth an autograph. So I can't present a person,
No.
so I don't know what I want to actually do here.
So he says two items, but is there three? Isn't it like two knives and a statue, or two statues and a knife?
Yeah, let's see what else. Let's see what else came from the other side, because it could have been Samurai Spear. I don't quite remember how the hot dogs played into all of this, but I don't think it's probably not the hot dogs. That won't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. No. 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 No.
Samurai Dog sounds like a faction in a Kojima game.
That it does, Tommy. That it does.
Yeah, because of Diamond Dogs.
Yeah, because Diamond Dogs.
Can I briefly interrupt you to tell you guys the name of this dude in my lobby?
Absolutely.
His name is Piss Enthusiast.
Ooh.
Piss Enthusiast.
I mean, good. You got to piss, bro.
Yeah. And the other
hate
one is
pissing.
Damn lid.
Tommy's gonna get this
Damn,
other
it
one,
always
but it's
takes it away.
the other one is Suros Modular Shine.
Suros Modular Shine. I don't quite understand. Is it a shader?
It's a shader.
Yeah, and I think Ada was selling it recently. Maybe not. I have it, I think.
It's a tier 1 shader, so you should.
Yeah, then I definitely have it. Anyway, let me read these other statements. That's just a true statement. We know that to be true now. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the countries in impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. It's definitely on this one.
It's either that or we're calling him out on his like two item logic, right?
Yeah. Which I guess would be kind of weird, but... Right, but what would the other object be then? I don't remember the nature of the hot dogs.
Okay.
So I cannot in good faith
Yeah,
do
so we
that.
just have the one statue.
I just wanted to know.
Agent Lang, if you could blah 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 blah,
yeah.
big flaw in your big poopy brain. Grr.
Blind ass idiot. Oh. That's a good point, Gothic. We would have been here a while if not for that hint. Ooh, that is a tough one. So, yeah, I guess the statues were swapped, so it's kind of confusing. So the other one had to get moved also, is the thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh, that's what you were saying?
Yeah, that there are 2 statues and 1 knife, so there's 3 objects, even though we say there's 2 objects.
Very well. Then I guess we're doing it on this one. No, I guess it's probably not this one that we're clicking on. We're probably doing...
I think it's the line where I think it's this line, yeah.
Yeah, I think it... Yeah. Which one do we use? Hold on. Okay, nice. Very good. Yeah, like you had said it, and I'm just like... I don't know what he said. I don't know what you just said to me. I'm continuing without asking you what you said to me. But also, I mean, fuck your idea. Fuck you being right. I want to get to Larry. Damn it.
So you want to know why I knew it was gonna be that? Because of the fucking case where we had to like point out the fact that he said there was like 2 people or there was 3 people or whatever. Because it was the same fucking thing, so I was used to it. I'm like, no, he said the number 2 again when it's 3 again.
Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Agent Lang, those 2 items are not the only 2 cross the border tonight.
Tonight. God, what? I don't speak your language. What the fuck did you just say to me?
Damask 2 was killed with Pablo's Prima Duck statue, yes?
Statue.
But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Prima Duck statue go?
To... Babel.
Precisely. And if the 2 statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
I guess so. But you know what? Doesn't matter the number of items. Only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babel is her. Is that true? I'm always just like, let's get to the heart of the matter, god damn it.
I don't care about all this other shit.
Fuck this other shit.
Matter.
Let me get to Larry. Is that really true?
Oh, sorry.
Was there no one else who
really
traveled
true?
between the 2 countries?
Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
My ass.
Yeah, my butts.
Is that really so, Agent Lang?
What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. Oh, you stupid clown!
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors.
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, I must expose the butts.
So I think it's actually not going to be Larry at this point. That's really upsetting to me because he literally crossed between the 2 locations. This just straight up happens.
No, I think he's talking about Larry here.
But I think he's going to talk about the photo.
Okay. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Oh.
As long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I did!
I do! And I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries.
Why we wouldn't have been able
My
to
autograph from the Steel Samurai.
that I got rid of it. Shouldn't have crumpled it up. Then we could have taken that other route.
The other route, he says.
The true ending.
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo.
I'm trying to forget it. It should have been Larry. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. He's so handsome.
But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait. Not humanly possible?
Mm-hmm.
Eureka! Very well.
Isn't human.
You have your explanation.
He is a calamity. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours.
Show
Let's
me
hear
butts.
It's not. The face hidden within the face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is.
The statue, maybe. It might be one of the statues?
He worded this really weirdly. The
'cause
face
he's
hidden
talking
within this
about-
photo's blurry trailed shadow is. Oh, I
Yeah,
think
so I guess...
it's the wire.
Wire? This is the face behind the shadow.
I guess it's not. Oh boy, now I don't know. I thought I said you better have a good explanation. I can't make heads or tails of what you're trying to say with that.
Well, I think... was I wrong?
Oh, okay, that's what he literally wants. Okay, not how something could go through the air. What is flying through the air? God damn it!
Right, and because
It's a fucking game,
Yeah.
man.
even had you not barked that at me, I would have gladly done so, Agent Lang.
See, but like, it's obvious that the statue got crossed through the line. So like, why am I? Okay, whatever.
Well,
Whatever. I hate when this shit happens in these games where like I like, unless I'm crazy, but like the Larry shit is so feasible to like, it's almost like they wanted that to be the case and then they changed it. So it's leftovers or some stupid bullshit. Also, like, a wire is a perfectly feasible item to use to cross a chasm and throw an item across it. Okay, which statue is it then? The alabaster one, I guess? We already used the other one. Okay, well, they kind of spell it out there decently well, but you never know. I guess alabasts then, because they were swapping it to this side. Because it looks like it's heading this way. Yep.
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primadux statue replica.
You can't be serious!
The Yatagarasu, or rather, Callisto, you, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babel.
A lot of proper nouns.
She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
I know I did,
Oh, fuck. She
but what am I?
launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that?
He is literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that?
Yo, is it gonna be the thing I pointed out? That has to be the second thing? Crazy. I should go back and count how many times that's actually happened in Phoenix, right? Where I am one step ahead of where they are because I already kind of know what's happening in the step we're on. So I'm like, well, fuck that. Let's go to the next thing. And also, we're getting to the heart of the matter. Anyway. Well, this is not The Wire, but
As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right?
So, just before the murder, Francisco was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Another road. That doesn't involve Larry.
No!
Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma.
Hey. Oh. What are you up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I do not. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
I was on a secret tryst with my lover, Larry Butts, in the ambassador's room.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, not the secret tryst.
Uh,
Oh, Jesus.
So what would you like me to talk about? Larry.
I'd like you to speak of Larry.
I am naming the next episode Baby Boy Come Home.
Yo, me butts!
I am absolutely naming it that. I'd like you to please testify to the... Yeah.
I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room, blah 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 blah.
So the final episode of our Trials and Tribulations streams, for those who don't know, is called Baby Girl Come Home, because I barely slept the night before that stream because I was physically ill at the thought that something horrible had happened to Maya. I'm not kidding. You know she's
Alex,
the one when you're nauseous over it.
Alex, like, literally, he bridged the gap between fiction and reality in a way that I'd never seen before.
We were talking about that earlier.
It was truly groundbreaking, honestly.
He made a tupa. It was way
she was real for
quite
just a second.
It was kind of frightening.
Can you
Like,
say
you
you've
were
ever reached the threshold?
Absolutely not.
I
come nowhere close. I'm typically not delusional.
just
so.
a milli. So I'm gonna say it's a matter of the fact that like Phoenix and I became one. No, exactly. No, like Phoenix Method Actor. That's kind of what happened. You know, like when, like after I remember reading Steins Gate, like Hoen Kyoma has like the most distinct like way of talking, and just hearing the voice, like I was thinking in his voice for days afterwards.
No,
And
that's absolutely a thing that happens. Like the whole like I downloaded their personality thing is not a joke.
That's
just very real.
So like, I don't know. It turns out I kind of have a knack for getting into characters, I guess, to the point that like I was convinced for a moment that Maya was in a Discord call with us, and I was gonna tell her something crazy that happened, and how coincidental it was that we were starting the game on the day that we were streaming it. The in-game day was the day we started the stream series in Justice for All, I think it was. It was the first episode of Justice for All. And that's why that episode is called She Isn't Real, Can't Make Her Real, after my favorite Slipknot song.
Man, like poetry.
There you go. There you go. Gothic, I have read the Fate route of Fate Stay Night, did not like it, and did not continue reading Fate Stay Night. Yeah.
We can talk about visual novels, but I can get there.
Yeah, I think with Steins Gate though, the thing was like that's Mamoru Miyano voicing it in the visual novel, which is crazy. Yeah, so like you get to hear his outstanding acting and silly voice, right? So it really sticks with you. Man, Steins Gate is so fucking good. Shit.
Actually, I'm curious at this point, who, not that it really matters, who has read more visual novels, me or you? It's gotta be, like, I want to say it's you, but I think it's probably pretty close.
Are we counting the Phoenix Wright games?
No, I wouldn't say so.
I would say so.
I would say so.
Okay, then are we also counting Danganronpa?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
You've played the same amount of Danganronpa.
Brad, I would count Persona. I know that sounds insane.
Persona.
I would argue. I would have an argument and be okay losing it though. But I would argue it just in case someone was like, you know what, you make a good point. I guess Persona is a VN, but Persona's half a VN. Like, it's a lot of things, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of things.
But like, I think VN is definitely a quality of Persona. It is just not purely a VN.
I've read a lot of visual novels, but I haven't played a lot of visual novel-like RPGs.
Yeah, like, that's mind-blowing. P3P probably is more of a visual novel because you are not,
yes, which is what I played.
But like, here's the question. Would you consider what I'm playing right now a visual novel?
Like, the answer is yes.
Because the answer really is yes, because straight up, there is really no reason to have Edgeworth walking around in a crime scene apart from novelty. It is barely different from a regular Phoenix Wright game in terms of, investigating.
Man, that was fucking tragic.
Right, and I think ultimately, like, Persona is not a visual novel. However,
I think it could be argued.
However, like, it's kind of like how over time genres expand outwards and gain a lot more qualities. Where in a lower scale project, a lower scope project like Phoenix Wright, it's just going to be a visual novel for the most part. And then you have people making, you have smaller companies making stuff like, you know, what's the Nitro Plus makes like 1 million visual novels, right? And those are visual novels. They're made by like 10
of which I've read about half.
There's like fucking 10 people that work on the game. And it's because it's a low scope thing and the fact that it's just meant to focus on the story that it is a visual novel. But then you have things that are evolutions of a visual novel that maintain that focus of writing and story over anything else that just happens to have more expansive gameplay. Like, yeah, Danganronpa has a fucking weird fishing minigame. I think it's still basically a visual novel. But no, I think like there is an argument to be like when you're playing Persona, it is largely a visual novel with what you are seeing, with the volume of content, right? It's very flat in its presentation, which I think is another big factor to it. And like as the games go on, it's like, yeah, it probably isn't. Though I haven't played 1 or 2, but I imagine 1 and 2 probably feel more like dungeon crawlers than they do visual novels. You know, it's all a matter of like the weighting of the different elements in it. But to say that there is no visual novel quality to Persona, I think would be incorrect. So so we've
Persona's a visual novel.
so we've reached the that 3x3 grid where it's the
form function.
yeah, the form function, or
purist,
the purist to radical list.
radical. Yeah,
which is generally just nonsense, right? But it is kind of what's going on here, where it's like, at what point do you call it?
The Call of Duty.
You know, I'm curious. Hold on. I'm gonna check something here. I'm curious here. What does Steam tag Persona as?
To be fair,
Let's
those
see.
are user tags, but I get
They
the
are
spirit
user
of
tags.
what you're trying to
Okay.
do. You can tag them. I could tag Honey Pop Horror if I wanted to.
Okay. JRPG story rich anime great soundtrack. Yeah, those are those are the 4. Yeah, I was curious if it had like more tags in it.
Or
Yeah, like
Waka
ultimately it
Waka.
would be its own thing, I think, Gothic. I think that's the right way you should be looking at things for sure. But like it's still it still ends up being an equation in the formula, right? Or a variable in the formula, I think. But I think when it comes to if we're really just arguing visual novels, I suppose it really does come down to the level of interactivity. Are you and how much porn is in it? Let's not forget that part, ladies and gentlemen. Let us not forget that part. Like, is it you just picking routes, right? Like, for example, we just played 999. Is that an adventure game or is that a visual novel? Or is that
I
both?
would say that is straight up a visual novel.
I think it's pretty 50-50. Like,
You
with
say
how
that there
goes.
was no adventure. It was only visual. It was only reading.
There was
It kind of railroaded you, honestly.
They definitely. Well, it was escape elements was the thing.
Yeah.
Well, but in you know, if I'm playing, here's a good one for you, Majikoi, one of my favorite visual novels ever. Fucking love Majikoi. It's really just you selecting, hey, where do I want to go today? And then you click a list of 3 things. Like,
Yeah.
That's like pretty pure visual novel as far as I know. Hell, I don't even think like, it usually has a route thing. I bet there's visual novels that don't even have that, or straight up just like books without any choose your own adventure elements to it to kind of get the full picture. Hell, I would even say maybe in Phoenix right here, the fact that like, we're not actually doing something to get like a true end, right? We're not finding the secret ends that are like weird circumstances of routes and choice combinations to really get you to a true end. Whereas Persona 4 is that, right? Is that a quality of visual novels that you would say is a crowning element of it?
Persona 4 and the truth.
Hey, yo! Yeah. Just something to chew on a little bit, because it is definitely like, the ends are a pretty pure form of, they're very low scope for the most part, even if they're like large in volume, right? Like just having a bigger budget and more elements around it around the core of it focusing on a story, does that make it less than a visual novel? You know, is the presentation of the text, is having a character portrait on screen a quality that you would want to have? Do you want a million save states, right? You know, all sorts of things like that. I don't know. I'm sure people have a way better idea because I've not read a ton of visual novels throughout. Is Killer 7 a visual novel? No, that's a weird, bizarre action game. That's avant-garde media. Killer 7 is Kino. Yeah, so that's actually a good point, Gothic. More so than bad endings, do fail states count? Is it the fact that I have a health bar in this particular game? Does that deter it from being a visual novel? I don't know. I haven't played enough visual novels. I'm sure that when in the 80s and 90s, when they were making all this shit, right, that there's plenty of really weird games that have a lot more interactivity than you would think that end up being a visual novel. Like, here's an example, a game that I haven't played. Who here has played Valhalla, the bartending game? I own it. I haven't played it. Would you consider that a visual novel, even though you're making drinks for people? Curious what people would think about that.
I always remember my coworkers, or like I was arguing with my coworkers because they said Nier Automata was an anime game, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
And now they're correct.
Well, yeah, so now they're correct. However, I'm like nothing about it. It's really anime. It's just Japanese.
It's just Japanese, yeah. I guess there's
Now,
a silly
granted, like-
car mascot in it. That's kind of anime.
Yeah.
The large, over-encompassing term of what is anime and what is not. Just Japanese. I mean, you can feel it when it's anime, you know, like like Metal Gear Solid.
Very anime.
Insanely. And Kojima has the fucking gall to call people otakus. What an asshole. Anyway, good talk. Let's continue whatever kind of game this is.
I think it's an anime game.
I think it's definitely an anime game. I think that's a safe bet that it's an anime game. All right. Let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place you under arrest faster than you can howl. No!
As you wish.
Bailiff, triple whack his peepee as the emulate. I mean, the Super Space 3DS slows down. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Franziska checking the roses like, moving target explosive payload. Yo, more Destiny jokes? I should play other video games!
Franziska, I want to make this clear from the very beginning.
I don't think it's a very good role.
I think you're kidding. I think you're fooling yourself.
I think it's a god roll. Anyway.
So, what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Accord.
Yes, of course.
I see. Naruhodo. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail.
Okay. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy. Alright, what's the Alabastian Embassy?
I thought your duty was to find anything you could about this. Find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
I wanna.
Something.
I oughta beat the person who translated this shit within an inch of their life. This shit's hard to read.
You about the smuggling ring. Like it's a correct sentence.
It's just not how people talk. But are these really people? If they're in a visual novel, which might not even be a game? Hard to say. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then?
No. Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself.
Oh, yeah, Who's this ninja girl that showed up with the name that I'll never forget?
Isn't that right, Kay? Who saved my life?
I wonder how she's doing.
I wonder how she's doing.
I'm right here, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? It looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do.
He's saving face.
He's saving face.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all of that. Then after that, after I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office.
Yeah. What the fuck do you mean by that?
Wait a minute. Another route? What the fuck? Dude, I want a better look at this fucking thing behind Edgeworth.
Jesus, it's horrifying. So you were at the theater as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching the stage show.
Well, yes. So Francisca was there. I didn't know she was a fan of the Steel Samurai.
Well, after the show was over, I saw the Steel Samurai off.
I got the Steel Samurai off. I mean, I saw the Steel Samurai off.
I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
No, for real. Are you dating Larry? I'll kill him.
Okay.
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech?
Well, you see, Wright invited me to his, how does he call it, polycule.
Not the polycule. Man.
Polycule, bro.
Half of Los Angeles is in it by now.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? But not Iris. She's not in it.
Definitely not Iris.
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
I'm not paying attention anymore. I'm in clown mode. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Kind of. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Ah, who would have thought that she would use a shadow?
Oh. Ow! Calm down, Francisca!
No!
She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself.
Huh. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
At that time, Damask II, his body, had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct?
That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? I don't know, ask Alba? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Oh, seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Ah! All right then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details.
So, Ambassador Alba was in
Oh.
this room at the time, was
Oh.
he?
Oh, it's meant to be Alba in the back there.
I don't.
No, it has
is
his long nose.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a statue of when he was younger,
Statue of him
probably.
or something. Okay.
What
okay,
the
okay.
fuck?
It's definitely evil.
Definitely evil. Like, it's kind of weird because it's like there's only one character left for it to be who the ringleader can be, unless the Jammin' Ninja's about to show up as a character. Which, hey, apparently the case is 50 hours long from here, so... So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? Okay. When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill. Bullshit. Yeah, it's a chia
For the sake
pet!
of being... It's a chia pet.
Oh my god!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something.
Wait, we don't have sake here.
Did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill?
No, Tommy's in Japan. It makes sense.
Oh, right. We have the split, we have the split translation. That's why it's all fucked up, because we have one guy viewing this from in Japan. Oh, yeah. Really curious what the fan translation we're gonna have to use looks like for Investigations 2.
I hope it's their Japanese names. That'd be so fucking funny.
I would like if it was a more literal translation, honestly. Just to see it once, you know? Anyway, how did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants? Because I saw it? What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. Much like mine.
What are they talking about?
He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct?
I have ears? He turns around with water in his hand? What are you talking about?
Is this gonna be some wild shit? Because they talked about how they set up one of the rooms to look like the room on the other side. That she was on the wrong side of the building and didn't realize.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Sorry, let's continue.
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall.
Nani?
I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me. With a watering can in his hand. What is this conversation? So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants. Sure, yeah.
I suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes. The plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. Oh, okay, now things go awry. Because there are only 2 of them. Okay. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
Miss Von Karma, what did you just say?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Okay. Hey, what the fuck? Oh,
Francisco.
Oh, Edgeworth. No, this is not the demeanor you should be approaching this with. It should be, what do you mean? There's only 2 now instead of, what, sis, you can't count?
What are you, an idiot? For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
Why is it contradicts with this piece of evidence, not contradicts this piece of evidence? Whatever. I don't know, it's just so weird. Maybe I'm just seeing it now on purpose.
It is like 2 a.m. too.
You know that don't mean shit for me. Well, maybe in this case. It does appear that way. Ha! I knew it! I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis! Mr. Edgeworth! What are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this junction, Miles?
At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
It's the hair sticks.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Omoshiroi.
Oh, what? Nani? The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 of them to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Let's show some evidence. I believe I have just the piece of evidence, or the pieces you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight, that I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. You know, I think Edgeworth has not been telling people to kill themselves enough.
You know what? It's true.
I think he should be saying it non-stop. Sheena, who was supposedly in Babel the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. Heh, and so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Ayya!
We're up to 5 now, buddy.
Just wait for Larry. Just wait for Larry. There's gonna be more.
I took all this stuff.
In fact, every item in each embassy has been swapped with the other.
Oh my god.
Could happen. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babel the whole time. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well, then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babel. How did these support sticks find their way to Babel and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support stick is what's important. You could thread the wire through it.
Oh.
Oh, I guess it's gonna be the knives. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... the knives, right? This is what was used with the support sticks. Come again, okay.
Maybe it was this
Let me Huh? Let's see what he how he recontextualizes it for us. It would appear that this was insufficient in conveying what I wanted to say. The answer should become obvious to me if I just think calmly about it once more. The only thing that can really connect the two offices together has to be this. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support stick is... the fucking crossbow!
Man, I've been staring at that thing, wondering if it was like actually a part of
The fucking crossbow! They shot the wire across with it like a bolt! Kino.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty fucking good! Oh! Alright, Larry can wait.
We
That's...
can wait.
That's a crossbow! Wait. You're not really suggesting! I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows! Oh my god! I've done it! I found the common thread that connects the two offices! I shoot it in with my crossbow! But this thread has yet to be completely untangled! Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Oh, my dad's about to be like, shut up! It's 2 a.m. Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these 6 arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all!
It was the zip line.
Okay.
It was the small zip line
We-
in the clock.
I think... I don't know how this case is going to be paced out from here. And, we might just be stuck on a fucking crash course to the end of this game. I think I'm just gonna stop here for tonight. Okay?
I think that's fair.
I think we just do that rather than being like, let's wait for a good moment to stop, because another cross-examination here is gonna take another 30 minutes potentially, right?
Right.
Plus whatever comes out afterwards. So we're gonna stop here on Crossbow Kino. Good old Crossbow Kino. Alright, guys.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. We'll probably be back tomorrow night, and we'll probably finish it out at that point, unless it's like way too fucking long. Let's see here. Let's see exactly where we are. Okay, end part 1. All right, then yeah. Then I think we just stop here then. Also, it makes it so that next time, we might not have a fucking finale that's like 10 minutes long, and we'll actually have a beefy episode for it. So, all right, guys, we'll see you next time.